Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? Sorry for the bit of a longer wait till the stream actually begins. I'm having a small amount of technical difficulties. Appears that my idea for setting up the whole system before the stream went live wasn't working. Oh shoot. Yeah, 1 second guys. I gotta reset up all the stream. Luckily I think I remember some of the mods. Where are they? Here's that one. Alright. Let me just quickly do a few things real quick. I gotta reopen a couple of pages and sorts of fun stuff. Where did that... Let's open this. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Sorry it's taking me a little bit longer. I had a bit of difficulties. Which one is it? There we go. Yeah, I'm having to add back on the mods that I have originally added to this world. Okay. Yes. Where is it? Yeah, these. There we go. Energy cannon. Drive. Okay, yeah. I'm just having to reset up the mods because I tried to load the world, but I think I had a slight bit too much on the drive for that to have loaded. It honestly should really be fixed, but that'll be dealt with later. Alright, there we go. Mod pack. Connector, yes, and yes. And C. Okay, and then we just need. Yeah, I was asked by one of the people who was in chat the last stream whether I could test out or check one of their one of their ships, and I definitely want to actually see, you know, what this person really likes about those ships and such, and kind of why this ship in specific they wanted me to check out. So I needed to actually check it out. Fortunately, I didn't have the weapons installed while they were actually in chat, but I will make sure to have those mods enabled. Just need to get it all pulled up. Okay, there we go. There's that one, and then there's just one last mod I need to find. Alright, where is the mod I needed to find? There we are. Okay. And let me just... This, yeah, totally, yeah, there we go. That, yes. Yes. That might have been why the other one's things wasn't spawning. Yes. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, I need to check one last thing that I forgot to check whether I have disabled. Yeah, okay, there we go. And there we go. No, I just need to finally check this last box. And now we can open back into the stream screen. Hopefully it doesn't do what it did before. Hi! Yeah, hopefully it actually loads the name-made, game-made, I don't know how to say that. Ganimade? Name-made? I don't know how to say that, but it looks like it's... Okay, there we go. The last time it got stuck on the 3 and just didn't load past that, so I was really concerned. Am I audible right now? Right? Good level right now? Okay. Yeah, I am audible right now. I could probably turn down the background a tad, but at least I'm audible. Okay. It's hard to check since I don't have that many people in chat. I'm having to rely on a third device. So I got my main screen, a secondary monitor for monitoring the YouTube chat and the Twitch dashboard, and then the frickin' OBS, and then I also have another device telling me how good the stream is actually running on Twitch's end. So it's always fun to see the hopeful better running. But yeah, how's everyone's day going? I know my day is going pretty well. Definitely have to say I'm quite enjoying just playing Space Engineers a bit and kind of just honestly mucking about. I had a lot of fun when I was just mucking about at the end of my stream last, so I figured I'll do a stream of just doing that. It's not likely to be very big and very popular and have a lot of people show up, but hey, what does that matter? If I continue to stream for like 5 hours of nothing but just goofing off and having fun, then I succeeded in my stream. I was also thinking about possibly doing something tomorrow, and I don't know. I might either do it tomorrow or next week, but I'm thinking of doing a stream just dedicated to building a Lego set that I recently bought. It was the Emperor's Throne Room set, which I found looked really cool, so I figured I'd buy it. And then had the idea of possibly building it on stream. So I don't know if that's something that you guys might be interested in. I should have made myself a coffee. Oh well. Staying up till 1 o'clock and then getting up at freaking 7. Always a fun idea. Whew. Damn. How's everyone's day going? Okay, here we are. I hopefully will be able to spawn in everything, and I think I figured out why the other world things just didn't go necessarily quite as smooth in trying to spawn in the ships that I was suggested. And I think the reason is that the ships that the person had suggested had scripts, and I don't know if I had scripts enabled on the server. And so I don't actually think that I had turned on scripts for some reason. Probably just one of the many things that had skipped my mind. So that's probably why their ships didn't spawn. I don't know if they'll show up today, but if they do, I might bring back their ships and re-showcase them off. If not, I'll probably showcase their ships, look over them and whatever, and just see just how good their stuff actually is. Might also do a couple of ship-to-ship combat rounds, where if the ship kind of dies, it might actually fall into the atmosphere and crash. I don't know if we'll get a good spread of ships, but I like that idea. I may also take some of the larger ships and convert them to stations, or actually have them be ships, just so I can see the wonderful minute where they, where the ship actually falls and gets destroyed. And I'm now really wishing that I had remembered what the button was for, I know it was control something. There was a thing for teleporting, Jesus, speech. Yeah, teleporting to where, certain things are. I just cannot remember, like, where your, spectator camera is. And I cannot for the life of me remember it, unfortunately. Oh, God. Yeah. I'm definitely quite excited to see how things will go. I do find it kind of interesting that because of the way that I sit all the time, I'm almost never looking at the camera or at chat. Just because, you know, I'm always staring at where I would see chat, so I'm always staring to the bottom left. Maybe I should raise that monitor up a bit so I'm actually staring at the bottom, or the middle of the screen rather than staring directly at the bottom of the screen. But oh well. The ship will be able to be spawned in, hopefully. I don't know whether the ship is good in atmosphere, which I'm kind of worried about. Signals, no names. Numbers, none of those, extra text. Oh, okay. I didn't actually remember what all the different things did, so it was a good idea to make sure that I can figure out the stuff. Oh boy. Boy. Man. Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what this person's ship was, the Singularity. I should have all the mods so I can actually spawn it in, and then also spawn in the other person's noisy, I think that's how you say noisy. Yeah, noisy 44, their ships. And then always there's old Navy guy gaming. And his big ship, the Singularity. So hopefully I'll get both of those kind of all set up shortly. As well as potentially testing out a couple of other ships and ideas in this world. Alright, let's get to about 0.20 or 0.18, and then I will just kind of slow down via gravity. I think will be a good way of doing things. I honestly probably should have made this journey with, yeah. I probably should have made this journey with other stuff. I am definitely nowhere near moving fast enough to be able to escape the atmosphere at 0.17. That's an odd way to say it, 0.17, but sure. It's interesting because it's a weird linear curve going up. Because at a certain point, gravity starts to get less and less, and therefore the slowing down effect is less and less. And as you slow down less and less as you get up, you eventually just stop slowing down. It's an just odd thing to me. And actually now trying to remember what I know that there was a mod that was like real orbits or something like that, or worked with like actually placing the planetary masses with more realistic, gravity fall off and stuff. And then there was also like the real orbits mod. I might actually play around with that at some point. Oh god. Alright. Yeah. I may actually play around with the real orbits mod at some point. I'm definitely thinking of maybe playing with the what was it called again? Oh yeah. I might actually at some point soon play with the mod called oh, what was the name? It was a mod for kind of making industrial equipment and like having more industrial and more realistic and kind of more modern minerals, rather than iron, and you'd have like, iron plates rather than steel plates from iron. Stuff like that. And having aluminum as like production equipment. I might actually do that mod as well as maybe the water mod at some point. Although I think those mods do require some better setting up of the world before you can truly take in the advantage of what they have to offer. I'm so happy I am almost out of the atmosphere. Took aim and atmosphere. Between high stakes, on face, feel like you can't buy a break. I can remember I can't realize the freedom. Sorry about that. Just a song that I know called Move by Toby Mac. I just kinda I think of one thing, think of like the song that had accompanied it, and that is the one thing that I think about. With high stakes, pump face, feel like you can't buy a break. Sing. What? I did. Okay. S-I. It should. Ah, here it is. There we go. The singularity. What? What locks don't I have? I thought I got all the mods. Well, I'll paste it in anyway, because unless I really, really, really mess stuff up, I should have all the mods. At least all the mods that I saw that were listed. Maybe I might have forgotten one. I wouldn't expect that to be the case, but there's always the chance, I guess. Alright, let's let this really, really spawn in. I see why this is so many PCU. I may turn down my graphics a second just to allow my processor not to have a big hissy fit. Yeah, I'll let this load in and then I'll turn down some of my graphics just so then the game doesn't have as big of a hissy fit with me. This is like more PCU than most worlds allow. Okay. Given how long it takes for me to have the exit button actually register, this is going to be really laggy. Okay, come on. I know I pressed the button. Please don't lag me out of the game. Okay, there we go. Options, graphics. I am going to go with medium graphics quality instead of the high base graphics quality or whatever. This should allow me to... I cannot... Wow, okay, that is some lag. Okay. This thing is covered in guns. If any of these have a, is this one of the access points? Good. Info. Convert to station. There we go. That should very heavily impact my ability to actually just see this thing. This is huge. And honestly, it's awesome. This looks really freaking cool. And you can kind of see the fact that it can actually split. I kind of wish that maybe it was a little less of like an obvious that it would split, but I mean, it definitely is really freaking cool. And these rows of lights, like, this is really cool to see. Let's see. Is there an entrance that I can find on this thing? Oh, here it is. Right? The connector thing. Is this not a... Oh, right. You can just go right through it. It has no gravity generators. Oh, this is really cool. Come on. Okay. This is really cool. I love how it's just hallway. And this thing's just a beast. This is really cool. There's a connector that side. Okay. What's down this way? We took him out of the sat and high day. Come play. Feeling like you can't vibrate. I can hold your hand, but I can't ride it. It is interesting how there are these sections that seem more used for that. This is really cool. I love the use of the Colt Command Console's blocks. And I don't know what block that is, but that is really freaking cool. What is this? Oh, this is the small cargo container access. Okay. Yeah, and you've got like a command console or this is like your not mission control, but like secondary bridge CIC kind of thing. That's cool. And reconnect to the ground. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's see what else we can find in the ship. Oh. Okay. The game said no. Okay. Yeah, this is like a, not a room, well, it is a, like, hangout room sort of area. That's kind of cool. Another one of those. Not necessarily a bridge point, but definitely cool. Oh. Oh god. The lag. Okay, we're back. I don't think that there's too much in most of... Oh. I missed how many doors? Is this just another... Okay, this is their bunks. This is a really cool way of doing the bunks. It definitely seems not necessarily military, but this seems more honestly what I'd consider like the crew bunks would be on like some sort of luxury cruiser, not a military craft. Okay. That is a few spurts of lag, which is a bit unfortunate, but oh well. Yeah, this is cool. This is like your med bay, I guess. Which I really like the use of those three things on the side. I think that's really cool. Let's just come on up. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's... Alright. And then you have your command station. Honestly, I love the use of these, like, extra displays on the top. That looks really freaking cool. And the sort of use of this, like, almost 360-degree seat is also really freaking cool, especially with that display there and that, and just the way that this bridge is laid out. This is really cool. The mods definitely do really add to the creation. And I just realized that the yeah, that this little table is basically showcasing just how big the craft really is. And it shows basically one half of the craft. Which honestly, I may recommend, if the person does watch in the future, that maybe one thing that they could do is split the vehicle and then maybe list half and then the full thing on the workshop, and just say on like the half version that it's half of this behemoth. Because while it does look cool to have the big full thing, I definitely think that because of its sheer scale, that almost nobody will be able to really, at least not a lot of people are going to be able to really use this craft in anything. I definitely am not going to do any combat with this craft, so... But it is really cool, and I kind of wish that maybe I would have been able to, you know, I'd be able to run it a little bit better, but makes sense given all things that you really can't run this thing like anything else. It's just really cool though, and I do love the use of these as your connectors, since this is a, you know, perfectly open space. I think it's really cool. And this one's just an upside down version of the other one, right? So we go to the center hallway. Look, that's the back, that's the front, apparently. If we go this way, we get similar lag. Yeah, we'll get a similar, if not the same bridge. Yep, same bridge. So it's just the same thing, copy and pasted on the other side, which is really cool. But I think since it is the same, maybe it'd be a better idea to have these as two separate grids rather than the same grid. So, saying that, it definitely does look beefy beyond all belief, which I like. It looks like if you were to spar with it, like if you were to battle this thing, the moment you see this behemoth, you already know who's won, and there doesn't even have to be shots fired, which I think is really cool. It's definitely a really cool vessel. I don't want to mess with it too much right now just because lag and I'm streaming, but it's definitely a really cool vessel. I would recommend people to check it out. Oh boy. Even the deletion process takes time. Woo, excuse me. Alright. Come on, game. Delete the selected object. That way we might not have to worry about the massive lag anymore. And I'll quickly check whether the other person's vessel does still do that. I think the other thing that I might do is I might set up a couple of... I can't do automated ground units, but what I might do is I might like set up like a almost like a small fleet and then see how much damage I could do with maybe, let's say, a missile boat or some other fast attack type craft. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like maybe even taking like four fighters and just seeing what I can do with AI blocks. I definitely do wonder just how long this will take to delete. I guess the other bit is a copy will be stored in clipboard. I don't imagine it particularly likes this. Yeah. I guess while this kind of loads itself to deletion, I might as well talk about one of the things that I'm definitely more excited for in the coming few days is, or yeah, the coming few weeks, I guess, is the new Ahsoka show. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm definitely really looking forward to the new Ahsoka show. I'm also very worried. I very much do. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I very much do like Grand Admiral Thrawn as a character, and so I'm very concerned that so many people will either dislike the show or the portrayal of Thrawn because of the fact that maybe it either does what I'm hoping or does what they're hoping. They seem to hope that he follows his heir to the Empire story. But his heir to the Empire story and that sort of version of Thrawn is not the version of Thrawn which I think makes the most sense for canon. Because there are 6 canon new books. And you could say that, it's been somewhat canonized, the events of Outbound Flight, but that is like the canonized, the Thrawn trilogy has been basically canonized, at least, you know, some aspects are drawn from. So oh, apparently I never saved, so all of my effects were the absolute same when I exited. Good to know. Good to know. Alright, and then I'll just quickly spawn in the other person's fighter. Oh, come on. Was it N, N, F? N, N. There was the N, N fighters, right? Was it NFF? It might have been the NFF. There it is. Yeah, it was the NFF Vulture. Yeah, that's what it was. I think because I didn't have scripts enabled in the other world, but I wasn't able to spawn in this vehicle and have him muck about with it. So, I think I might give myself a target and see just how beefy those missiles are. So I'll come fly this way a little bit. I'm not going to... Oh, wait. It will require it, so I might turn this grid neutral whenever I spawn. What'll be a good... You know what? I think maybe let's test out it against a blue... Maybe the blue Corvette, or... There's the blue encounter Corvette. Blue team Corvette. There's always the Cerberus. You know what? I think I might do the frigate. I think I'll. What? Why is this block? I don't know what they're saying is not available in this world. This is a Keen Software House build. Why would they ever have anything that's not going to have their own ship? That doesn't make any sense at all. Actually, I think I might actually keep it in this low gravity well. That way, when I do hit it, if I do take out something critical, it'll look even better. Alright, let's go to one of the riding points. Let's go over to this turret, and I will just quickly go down here. Up. Click. Whoops, wrong button. Click. Oh. There we go. Transfer to nobody. Yes. Okay. And now I'm going to go over to the, where is the thing? Where'd the fighter end up? Let's just quickly alt and go cycle objects, biggest grids. There it is. Teleport here. Player control. Whoa, wrong button. F6. There we go. Now where's this fighter? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now let's quickly. Alright, batteries recharge. Timer block, park, start. Timer block, start, start. Okay, ion, hydro, that, O2 generators. Programmable block, run. Fire, lock switch, mode switch, evasion switch, top down switch. What does this do? Target locked. 4. Well, at least one missile launched. Okay, so I need to do it separately each time. Okay. There's a massive hit. And I was told these have 5-kilometer range, so let's go forward, go forward, go forward. We'll be going at full speed when we launch this latest one, and then stop, rotate around. Alright, I want to see what these 4 missiles did. Because I really wish I would have been able to play around like this while the person was here. Ooh. There were some major hits to the main central cockpit section, but I don't see... I mean, that is pretty darn brutal for, you know, these tiny little missiles. They've nearly sawn the ship in half. It is still under power though, so I think it's about time we run a second pass through. If I just do this, and then there's projector main, projector Atmo. Okay. So now I can basically weld these things back up. If I was able to find, let's say, sufficient base, I'd weld those up like that, but I'm just going to quickly use the welds and such to do that, but I love this. F, we'll just go G, character tools, we'll just use a elite welder, and I'll just quickly do this, since I think this should be sufficient. Okay, this will be an interesting situation. I think I'm going to try to actually look on this and go control panel, pro, Atmo, and then what I'll do is I'm just going to quickly show only buildable and turn that on. That way I don't accidentally or hopefully don't accidentally not weld certain blocks. Because, you know, I would hate for certain blocks to be welded before they were actually ready. And there's some lag. The benefit is it's almost a immediate These are definitely some beefy missiles. Alright, there we are. Alright, let us completely, hopefully not muck this up. Alright, let's weld these things back up. I won't do this very often. I just want to see what a second pass on this vessel will do with this beast. And hopefully not have anything non-welded or placed. So, that'll be fun. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, let's grab all this. Do 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 do. Alright. Here we are with this. Yeah, I definitely love these missile designs. Like, the missiles people can make are really freaking cool. And I'm really, really gonna be excited to test out some ones of my own later. They can't be nearly as good as this, but they would probably do the job if I was to make a missile of my own. Probably. Good. And this should be all blocks welded, and I'll be able to quickly check by going back in and going projector Atmo. Armor blocks 8, small reinforced tube, to blast door. Well, that's... You know what? We'll go with this for now, and we'll hope that this actually does work. I want to do this. I want to drive forward and fire. Why did that not work? Lock switch. Evasion switch. Top down switch. Programmable block run. Fire. Do I need to relock? If I go back in V. Searching, 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 searching. Okay, target lock. Okay. Ah, I see what's wrong. Whoops. These are, not the right version of the missile to use. These are running, Atmo bombs, or Atmo, turrets. And there is no atmosphere here. No matter. This can be a decent enough option if I just decide to weld up these only partially and then blow them up. I imagine that these will do at least some damage. We'll just go quickly arm these and explode them. And I'll just quickly do this, control panel, warheads, arm warheads. Time for a second suicide mission. None of the warheads blew up. Fine. I'll do it myself. And we'll just grab the M20 rifle and the missile launcher. What? Really? Some of the missiles didn't even go off. I mean, this one's blew off the entire wing, so that's at least good. Control panel. Missile warheads. Arm. Start countdown. Dampener's no longer relative. In 3, 2, 1. And then I'll just do one last final suicide attempt in the, in this dogfighter. We'll do a couple of passes with this thing. Why am I not moving? Oh. They don't even have their, weapons. Wow. They don't even have their freaking Gatling guns set up. Or their warfare rocket launchers. Long. Show block in terminal. And 2 plug. Yes, show these in toolbar config. I don't know why you wouldn't. Show block in toolbar config. I want options for my frickin' weapons. Oh, right. Those aren't grouped right now. So I've got first go control panel and then group them. Launch. Whoops, almost misspelled launchers. There we go. Launcher. Save. G. Groups. Now we've got launchers. Shoot on, shoot off. I don't know if I want this one or not. But we'll see what this does. Okay, that is not the right one that I wanted then. I'll just do shoot on and off because that's the easiest one, right? I think that's the one that I did. Come on, let's bore into this thing. Come on, let's blast this thing in half. Really? It's still not dead yet? It's in half. I don't see why it's not dead yet, but... I know one way to make it dead. Come on, let's... Is it now sinking? Not yet. Parts of it are falling, but it's still not sinking deeper into the gravity well. I don't know where the heck it's getting all of its bottom thrust, but it's about time I removed it. You will not have thrusters. There we are. At least the back half is now falling. Good. The entire thing, I believe, is now falling to the planet. Let's give it a final send-off. I know that this thing, I think, has jump drives. Let's see if we can't find them again. I thought there was jump drives in this thing. I want jump drives to explode. Dang it. There's no hydrogen, so... Let's see, is there any jump drives in this dang thing? I thought there were, but maybe there weren't. Let's bore into the thing and find out. There don't appear to be. Oh, there's one. I spotted it. I want to make the thing go critical mass. I want to make the jump drive go critical mass. There we go. I got one of the jump drives to go critical. There we go. Alright, let's exit the atmosphere. Actually, you know what? No. I'm not quite through with this. Oh. One more shot should take it out of the sky. There we are. What's going on with this piece? I assume it doesn't have a, yeah, it's got an 800-meter range. Come on, let's go. Boom. Okay, let's try to plot an intercept. Or I could try to control Z. No control Z available right now, so we'll just have to... Oh, is that just falling to the planet? I think that's just falling to the planet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's falling to the planet and call it a day. And now let's see what other ships I've got in store that I might be able to muck about with. Da, 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 da. Ooh. I got an idea. Well. Heavy fighter. A frigate. Sure, let's spawn in a... Oh. It does not have... I'll have to check on that one later. A lot of these don't seem to be a problem when you spawn them in, but I don't know exactly how necessary. Ooh, I got an idea. I want to spawn in 4 of these at atmospheric, yeah, just in the higher levels of the atmosphere, and I want to fire a good old, just, I want to see how good a fighter can be. Any of my fighters, I want to test them out with against 3 of these vessels. I don't know if I'll turn on the thing, but I do want to see just how much punch does it really take. This will be an interesting question. Boom. Control V. We'll kind of paste it in, let's say, here. Control V. This one will be slightly further back, with the 4th kind of slightly above and behind. Not quite in formation, but not necessarily not in a formation. These all will stay fairly stable, and, you know, if they're flying close, that means that they're all trained, so that'll be good. And let's see what fighters I've got. Let's see, there's the Avenger. You know what? I kind of want to test out this, oh, this one needs mods, dang it. Let's see. Oh, look. It's one of the TIE fighters the rebels took. That's funny. Kuda. Atmo Banshee. You know what? Ooh. Space Superior. Dang it. I hate all the ones that have, like, modded blocks that I don't have. Da 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 da. Ooh, I've got an idea. Where is it? The heavy fighter of the Vimia or Vima wouldn't be perfect for this role. This massive strike vessel, 3 per. Oh, this would be perfect. Oof, that took a few seconds for it to load. This is gonna be fun. I want to fire all of the missiles at these 4 vessels. Because it would be what you'd have in like an alpha strike. 12 missiles. Although I don't know if they necessarily lock onto friendly targets or not. I'll have to see that myself. Okay, where is it? Landing plates, hydrogen lights, timer block start. Parked, hinge base. Okay. Lock is 6. So I do number 6. Target locked. And I'm gonna launch. I have 6, so I can launch 3 per. So I'm gonna launch 1, 2, 3. 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You hit. Lamp, no. Let's turn this off now. That is a debris field. It's kind of perfect, honestly. It is somewhat strange that when you push forward, it dips its nose down before catching. But I do definitely like how this thing flies. It handles very much like a heavy fighter. And let's plot intercept for the Hammerhead cruiser with the least amount of damage. Okay, let's... This intercept is a lot more difficult to actually mark than you'd expect, considering. Dang it, I went right under it. Okay, let's get further away. And let's do a big whole backflip. The other bit is it's now moving. Stop drifting to the side. I want to be going as straight at this as I can. No. Dang it, come on. I can't even crash this thing intentionally. Okay, stop trying to drift downward and please stay focused on flying straight or I will have to rocket this thing till it's destroyed. Alright, let's line up. I want to try to plot an intercept course with this thing. Which means I should probably go up and then start dipping down a lot more when I'm closer to right above it than I am now. I want it to remain somewhat stationary in my crosshairs. Because the more tweaks I have to make, the closer I get, the more that this is likely to miss. And I don't want to miss. We'll be traveling at a relative speed of only a couple of meters a second, honestly, which sucks, but I can't do any more than that with these buttons. Oh, hello, third viewer. How you doing? I'm more or less just mucking about in Space Engineers, crashing shit, watching it fall, and other such. Mostly because I did that after my last stream in this game, building stuff, and found it to be greatly enjoyable. So I'm going to continue. Okay. That's 800 meters. I really am not traveling very fast with this vessel trying to catch up with this thing. Probably because it's reached max speed, and so now I am more or less plotting the intercept rather than actually going and ramming at full speed. Which sucks, but I will try to crash this thing before it crashes it. Come on. Let's plot intercept. Come on. I know these are at least functional. Why don't they... They don't seem to be actually showing their effect, which is somewhat unfortunate. Come on, let's crash this thing into it. Full speed. What is all these? Lights on, generators, toggle block. I do not know what the piston does, unfortunately. Come on, come on. I am still making the plotted intercept, but I am really going deeper into the planet's gravity well than I expected to. Come on. Come on. I'm moving only like a meter a second in relation, which sucks. My best bet is to kind of go deeper into the planet and then go for an actual intercept rather than a, yeah. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to catch this thing. Because I can dip down, right? Travel further down. But then what I've kind of got to do is I've got to kind of pull straighter, closing the distance between me and the freighter. I can do this, but come on. Come on, let's crash this. I'm just barely reaching this thing. They should have been done much more damage. I damaged the tail, but that's not nearly enough. Oh boy, I am really entering the planet's atmosphere, and I really don't want to do that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I just gotta go up. I went too deep into the atmosphere. Too deep into the atmosphere. I definitely am very impressed with those missiles, though. I think what I might do next is I might take a couple of transports. Like maybe some of those red team transports, and then I think what I might try to do is I kind of want to mess around with firing some really, really, really good stuff at them. Whether it be those missiles or other such kinds of weapons that are really gonna pack a good punch, a good solid smack into the freighter. And I think I've got an idea. I can't remember what each of the different Vanilla Plus weapons do, but they are some of my favorite because they are the closest to vanilla weapons without being vanilla weapons. I just realized I've not been pressing up, but have been pressing forward this entire time. I feel stupid. I do love how this rocket launcher works. It's really freaking cool. Doesn't exactly make too much sense if you think about it too much, but I'm just not going to. I kind of wish that I could set up AI. I really wish there was a quick AI thing, like go to beacon. I kind of want to send it to the green beacon, like send like 4 transports to go like auto land at green beacon kind of thing, where they just, you know, or maybe you might be able to very quickly set up like beacon points. That'd be actually a really cool thing to do with the AI at some point, is allow like go to beacon home, so then you could kind of almost mark a beacon at a landing pad and basically, you know, place said beacon and then tell it go to landing pad A if you renamed that beacon to that. And so you could almost set up like 8 or 9 transports going in and coming to a landing, and you just need a beacon there, even small block beacon. And those could be almost navigational beacons for the ships to follow. That'd be really cool in my opinion. I don't know if it necessarily is easy or an option to work out, but it does sound really cool. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I might do a blue team versus red team scenario. where I'm gonna put down some of the blue team or the red team transports, their rover and the other such one, and then I want to come in and just absolutely just come at them with some big ships, maybe even flying in with my, like with maybe the blue team onager or something of the sort, you know, a bigger blue team vessel to just muck stuff up. That sounds fun. I think at 0.12 G's, I should be able to let go of space, drifting into the finale section. Alright, I think so, hopefully. Otherwise, I will just drift endlessly back down to Earth where I do not want to be. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about all these. Oh, that was a reactor, solar tower base, some of those maglev pistons. Designed for recon and scouting enemy grids. I don't actually know what a lot of these, okay, those are that's the staircases that they used. I know I've tested some of the north wind blocks. I've always had difficulties with them, but maybe I might try them again shortly. Ooh. These look really... C-Ram. And a spike torpedo system. These are cool. Dummy Industries. Build and repair. Okay. Energy cannon turrets. These are also interesting. Solid light missile launcher. Interesting. Industrial blocks. Eric's weapons. These are really cool. I wonder if a saber missile? Okay. These are really interesting things for me. Oh, I do not like when I gain speed. Gaining speed means I'm being pulled back down to the planet. And if you're trying to escape atmosphere, being pulled back down to the planet is not what you want. Whew. Yeah, I think I might... Ooh, I don't know. I am now tempted to try to use, like, maybe the blue frigate or some other blue team ship to attach some of the larger of these weapons to, just to fire and just see the devastation that these weapons can do. I might do that at a later stream, though. Maybe next week. A big old just weapons test. I think that'd be quite fun. Maybe when I can get some other people's help with that, I might do that. That sounds fun. But took aim out of sat my feet. I stay comfy. Feeling like you can buy a break. I can hold your head, but I can't turn your eyes to freedom. Ooh. Lord ain't finished yet. It ain't over yet, it ain't over yet. So move, keep walking. Soldier, keep moving on. So lift your head, lift your head. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. So move. Not over yet, not over yet. Over yet. Alright, let's get a little higher in the 0.5. I have an idea that will require the red. I actually do not know what this dropship is. Is this just like a different version of the red team dropship, or what is this? Okay, let's try to line myself up with the level of the planet, so then I can use... Alright, there we are. So these would be flying in slightly less than level to the planet, which I like. Okay, let's get this thing to spawn in. I want to see this. This is going to take a few minutes whilst everything else is probably already crashed down on the planet. Oh, it's... Okay, these just are lower than I had thought I spawned them. Yeah, this is always a very delicate situation, that, like, piston rotor setup. Although these are very interesting. So you've got 2 seats there, forward cabin. Honestly, you could probably put a couple more seats in here, but this kind of fulfills the duty of like a small, not necessarily drop ship, but more like a heavy fighter-esque. Heavy fighter slash gunship style, which I like. And I think I'll do like 3 of these more dropship gunship styles of ships, followed closely by, actually, you know what, maybe I might do 5 of these. Whoa, 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 V. And then I'll do another one of these. Whoops. Yeah, and then you've got this, which is going to arrive first, kind of in this sort of... I'm not so happy with the placement of this one. I want to kind of move this up and maybe more central, and then... Actually, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it more like this, in a sort of side guard position, and also do the same with this one. Moving them into more of a side guard position than they were originally. Yeah, I kind of like this. It's not quite a level playing field anymore, and it kind of provides a good basis to put some red. Where are they? Where is the other red dropship? Red team dropship. I imagine this being like shuttles and other such things, and this is going to kind of be... Control V. With maybe, let's say... I love the idea of maybe placing another one of these sort of forward. And then maybe getting rid of this one. Yeah. To kind of place it a little bit further back. I kind of like this sort of layout where you've got like your wave of smaller ships protecting your larger ship in this sort of landing force. And now what I want to do is I want to come back this way. Press F10. Type in blue. And I kind of want to use... Oh. I don't know what happened. Okay, there we go. Let's see. The frigate has 2,000 blocks. The battleship's 1,800, which is a little bit bigger than I would say is reasonable. So the frigate is 2,000. The 6,000 Yeah, I think I'll do a cruiser. Actually, you know what? No. Corvette. Oh. Yes. What is the weapons on this thing right now? There's 2 of them. Is that it? Oh. And 2 rocket turrets. That is not nearly enough to really make this interesting. Alright. So I do think I might go with the frigate. Or maybe, you know what? The destroyer, I think, makes a bit of a better... I don't know why it gives me that warning. I know it doesn't. So it's maybe like a run going on a, Oh, I should not have flown away from my ship. Where did it... Where is it? I really shouldn't have flown away from that thing. Next. Oh, there's that in the ground. The big base. All the small scraps. Okay, it's not spawned in. It did not spawn in when I moved away from it, so... I am going to come back this way, go F10, and make sure it spawns in this time. Because I think this destroyer will definitely make a bit of a better impact when it kind of faces everything because of its armament. This does, however, mean that I've got to go to each one of these and turn them neutral so that my ship will fire on these without doing anything, which will suck, but... Where is the... There it is. Connector. Info. Oh wait, no, it's control panel. Show hidden blocks. Transfer to nobody. Yes, please, nothing shoot at it. Good, nothing shooting at it. I was worried that some of the other turrets may be set to fire on neutrals. Shift click, transfer to nobody. By transferring these to nobody, that then means that my ship can target them, and they're not going to necessarily be automatically hostile to everybody. It allows me still access without necessarily getting rid of why I want these to be absolutely everywhere, which is to really see just how good these ships are going to be. And hopefully I don't break anything. Ow. And then these just need me to go over here. Control panel, click, scroll up. Show hidden blocks. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, this is showing hidden blocks. And then transfer to nobody. Yes. And these things shouldn't fire upon each other until I am ready for them to do so. And until I give the order. And control panel, click, scroll up, that, transfer to nobody, good. And good, this thing is 120 meters out, which means that none of its larger weaponry should be big enough to actually really do much. I just need to make sure to set all of its guns set up to target neutrals. Alright. There's the whole button that I hate. I hate having to cycle airlocks in this. I understand why people add them and they're really useful, but I don't like them. Up we go, around we go, to the front. Oh, nope. This way. Right, it was this way. My bad. I always get this wrong when I'm trying to fly this ship. Control panel, show hidden blocks. Okay, and then I'm just going to look up turrets. All of these. I want shoot mode, AI shoot, aiming radius. Perfect. Target neutrals, good. Fire on targets with no owner. Yes. Off first. Yes. Okay. Assault, let's turn you back down to, let's go to 800 and then I'll turn you back on. Okay, V. Let's do this little bit of carnage. Oh right, I do need this to be going on. I forgot that this thing only has assault cannons, which do a lot less than one would like. Although it's done enough to some of these. Probably knocking them clear out the gravity well. Like, that thing just seems to be running now. I'm currently testing and just having fun with these ships. Let's target some more. I'm more or less just doing whatever I can to make this fun for me. None of these. rotate upside down. Oh, what happened? I know my feed just went really shit all of a sudden for how the stream is looking. I think I might have forgotten one of these. Is this thing still operational enough to shoot? Status, no targets. So this one's dead. Oh. Whoops. Well, it survived. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go quickly see how they're doing and whether or not I need to stop their motion. So let's just quickly Alt F10. Small grid. I want the full... I really wish I could ignore under... I guess I could do for only small grids and then just... I guess what I'll probably just do is, depower, stop. 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 Basically, oh, this was a missile. Stop. 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 I don't know what this will do. Depower. 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 I don't know what this is. Depower. And stop. Good. Stop. Depower. Good. These are now going to just kind of... Stop. Depower. Hopefully, a lot of these will crash eventually. I really want to know where this is. But, you know what? That one's at least crashing. I don't know where the rest of them are. Whoops. I don't want to go F10 right here. I want F6. And now I am going to, oddly enough, plant this ship to be the next target. For what? I don't know, but it will be the next target. Oh, something came into view. There it is. You know what? I might just do this. Control panel, turrets, assault turrets. Aiming radius, high. Whatever these things see, they'll shoot. Hopefully, bring them down. This vessel is massively going to be... That's not where I wanted to be. Nope, this isn't either. Where? Oh, there it is. I found the entrance again. It'll be interesting to see if I can't, get a couple good shots off on this thing. I just need to make sure to get it out of the 1,400 meter range. Which will also mean I am not in the, target zone. 10. Let's see what other ships I've got. Na 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 na. Let's see. Broadsword, that's Navix. You know what? I kind of like the idea of attacking it with a... That's just a shuttle. It's not likely to be very powerful. I kind of want to go after it with a, that's a freighter. That's not going to be much. I want a battle cruiser. Let's see. I know that there's one of these that'll be really good for this. Sure, we'll go with this one. I've never, I don't think, actually spawned in this vessel, so I don't know its turret complement, but we'll see what it carries, and we'll see how good it is. And how much of a beating it'll take. Okay, it has a couple of custom Sea Whiz. I think those are assault, so it's got at least similar heavier or it has similar heavy ordnance, I think is the best way to put it. So let's find my way inside and we'll test out those similar heavy ordnance. Come on, where is the opening? These vessels always are really good at hiding their entrances. Let's turn on the lights. Alright. Usually, there's kind of a few main spots that are chosen for entrance points, which does usually make it easier, but... Ah, here it is. Nope, that's just a, that's kind of interesting. Where is it? That's not an entranceway, though it does look cool. No, where is the entrance to this thing? Scribbling and texture is really good, but... These things always find so... They've always managed to be so... difficult. That's not it. That's a passageway. Where is the entrance? That's the one thing I dislike about these ships. Their entrance... Oh, here it is. I found it. Finally. Okay. Here we are. Helm. Helm is just those controls. What about this one? That one has none of them. That one has none of them either. Okay. Well, As long as this one can drive the thing, it should be sufficient. Show hidden. I want the assault cannon turrets to be able to target oh, can I not choose from to fire on friendlies as well? So you could have them choose to fire friendlies. I wonder if maybe that's advanced features. That doesn't seem to do anything, so I'll just turn that down. Yeah, it doesn't appear like they have that option at the moment, so I'm just going to have to return to the other ship and turn it neutral. And then turn on unowned and neutrals. Artillery turret. Unowned. Alright. And then there's that, like, custom turret. Which I'll have to check about. Where is that thing? Custom turret controller. Right. Yes, yes, yes. Enable AI on. Enable AI on. Enable AI on. And it's... I will allow these on for all of these neutrals and unowned and neutrals and unowned. There we go. I'm going to have to return to the other vessel, turn it neutral. Just so I can target this thing. Alright, let's make this thing go down miserably. And luckily, to turn this thing neutral, I just need to get an access point to it. And this one will actually have its turrets available and able to fire, which will also make this be a very interesting event. These have access points on the back of the turrets. Down we go. Boom. Up. Boom. Nobody. Yes. The other vessel is 2 kilometers away. And the other vessel does not have... God damn it. Oh, there it is. I'm so glad it's big so I can see it from 2 kilometers away. But now I can pilot this one, and I will more or less just pull these to slug matches because it is very much an unfair battle if I control one of the vehicles. So, all I do is make these as fair fights as I can. Boom, boom, boom. Let's kind of I may rotate just so the sun glints a little bit better on this ship. And I just kind of want to sit here now and watch this slugfest. I will move in a little closer just so the slugfest's a bit more interesting, but there we are. Just boom, 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 boom. And now I will exit the vehicle. And let's really inspect this damage. Ooh. We really have carved this thing up quite nicely. Wow, that's ripping right through it. That is really cool. And then I'll also check out the other one. I just want to see what happens when this one finally dies. Come on! Fight, little ship, fight! Yeah. I really wish that I had a bit of like, I can't wait till I get a bit of a bigger community, and I can host, like, servers of, like, 4 people in, like, the same ship, and another 3 people in a different sized ship, and just go at each other. Come on. They've sort of gone mostly stagnant in their firing spots, and it kind of sucks, because of the way that the AIs work, it's not necessarily random fire. And they don't seem to be set up to target just everything or default. They have already turned off this thing's engines, though, so it should eventually die. Oh, there we are. We took out one of the most important and most critical elements of the ship, and now it sinks to the, to its early grave. Ooh. That's gonna be the coolest part about doing this if I get some friends to play with me as well. Oh, this will be so much fun when I finally get everything running. I also really love the sound effects on these things. Ooh. But this ship's not done particularly great. We've lost at least a turret. Had, I think, some damage on the upper, maybe? We've taken a couple pot shots. Some of the turrets have gone down. But in all else, this thing is doing well. So, let me just turn this thing neutral, fly 2 kilometers away, and go do a attack with another ship. Or I might do one of the missile, yeah, one of the AI missile ships. Yeah, I think I might do that. I might go and run and do a couple missile ships now. Boom, 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 boom. Transfer to nobody. And fly away in 2 kilometer range. Why is that one targeting players? That is kind of silly. Out of the gravity well. I want to make sure that I am definitely 2 kilometers away. Which apparently I am not, because that thing is still trying to fire at me, the player. Alright, let's go. Let's add something really nice and decently sized. Striker bomber is a small grid ship. I want... Oh. Lord Clang. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Yeah, how you doing? I've just kind of been messing around in Space Engineers for a little bit. I've had this game for quite some time, and more or less just I found the most enjoyable part of this game just to be absolutely blowing the out of shit. So, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll do one of the, NFF. I think I'm gonna go with this version of the NFF. And I want to just fire as many missiles as I can at that thing. But yeah, how you doing, Lord Clang? Thank you for the follow. It's a very fitting name considering the the game. Although of course. Yeah. How is everyone in chat doing? I know I've been streaming for roughly 2 to 3 hours. I don't know exact times, but eh. Alright, let's... I really do want to know just how good this ship is, so let's lock switch. Perfect, we're now locked, and I want to now start... I want to see how well this thing will do if I... Fire. 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 Fire, 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 fire. I have fired all of my missiles and am now coming in as basically a, oh shoot, I lost some of my targeting, but I can still control enough to massive damage. But I didn't do nearly all that much. Alright, let's get rid of this thing out of the way. Oh, I'm still capable of flying this thing. I basically just... Alright, let's just drop that into the atmosphere and let that be dealt with. I'm surprised at how well it did versus it. I kind of want to come at it, let's say, from this angle. I think if I would have staggered those missiles more, which I think is what I'm going to do in my next attempt, I think it'll definitely do a lot better. Let's fire a little bit further away, and then I'm going to stagger missile fire this. I think it'll be really freaking cool. Alright, let's F, and I'll just do N. There we go. I get that I am littering the floor with the parts of these, but I don't really care. Alright, I think I should be well enough away that I don't get immediately no-scoped, so that's good. Alright, let's make sure everything goes pretty darn smoothly, and let's take out this ship. Yeah. I think the next thing that I might do is I might clear up some of the stuff in the world, and then I might take some of the bigger ships that I've got in my... Target lock. 1. Alright. And let's... 5. 5. 5. 5. Let's let these go in. I think they all go towards the center mass rather than necessarily where you target, because I've been targeting right here. So I don't know what it is that they... There's a mode switch, so maybe that might tell me... aim point center. Okay. So what happens if I go mode switch, which is number 7? Aim point, none, beam ride. Okay. So now when I fire this one, it'll find basically where you point, allowing for a more targeted strike. Come on, let's get a good... Oh, there we go. And I kind of want to take out this missile, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come at it from like this. And then let's... Whoa. That was a bit bad. Is it still gonna... Yeah, impact. That's kind of cool. I like this. I think I might fire a few of these beam ride ones. And then draw a line down the ship slowly. So then what you get is like a nice, even, hopefully, spread of the missiles. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. And then I'm just going to fire whatever I've got left. I have nothing left. Yes, I am what's left. I hopefully am going to try to evade slightly by keeping a rotation, but I want to really do some major damage. Only struck with the wing, but it's enough to really do something. Oh, I am... I've been struck. A lot more than I expected to be. Where's the enemy vessel again? And I am just going to... Wow, that thing is really tough. At least against the fighters I've been throwing at it. Oh, I have a, one of these things still floating around. Did it just get out of, How is this thing still running? Oh, I hadn't deactivated the thing. Alright, let's get rid of the power source on this thing and let's... I haven't done too much to this thing yet, so let's really get this thing dead. Where's its power? Oh, it's right there. Really? That didn't deactivate the powers? Come on, surely some of this has to do enough damage. There we go. That one's dead. That one's dead. There we are. Now it's finally falling to the earth in a glorious display. Oh, and where's the other ship? I always lose it against this dark sky. Oh well. I think it's now time for a bit of a bigger battle. I know I've got some of the bigger ships somewhere. Let's see. Where are the bigger ones? I want something with some mass behind it that won't necessarily be, you know, overly huge, but it's not gonna be, you know, a couple shot KO. Let's see it. There's the Drake. This Condor, which is 30k. No mods, scripts, DLC, subgrids. Sure, we'll use this thing. It's big, it should be bulky. I don't know if it'll have too much in the way of, yeah. Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be the right ship to use here. It's not necessarily well armored, so I can use it basically as like a freighter. And I want to use one of my frigates, and I want to actually... I want to see this thing slowly fall through the atmosphere. 800 or 600 meters. Oh. Delete you. It'll already have a couple of dings in it, but that'll be fine. A couple of dings are no worse than what I plan to do to the thing, so... Let's see, where are some of my nicer ships that'll be, like, really, really interesting to fight with? I have a lot of ships in my arsenal to kind of pull out for this, so... 2 assault, 2 artillery, 2 defense Gatlings, various interior. I don't know if I'll go with one of the blue ships. I think what I might do instead is I might run a... This Corvette? Yeah, I'll run a Corvette. Something that's obviously going to be like some form of pirating vessel. Yeah, I like this idea. And then what I can do is I can set this thing to target neutrals and then make the other thing neutral. I do wish that I was able to set up a couple of maybe these that are science. Oh wait, no, I just want to go turrets. Turrets all. Target unowned. Alright, perfect. This should do quite decently at taking out this ship over here. Which kind of is like it's coming out of the, Yeah, I'm gonna claim it as like this thing's coming out of the gravity well. It's almost escaped, but gets intercepted by pirates. And this is the encounter. It's honestly really fucking cool, and I'm going to probably build a lot of ships like this, but in somewhat smaller scales, maybe. Although, maybe I might do this scale. I don't know yet. Where is an easy access point into the internals of this thing? Come on, where is it? Ow. Where are some of the... You know what? This works. As long as I can gain access into the control panel, I can click. This thing even uses some Willis ducts. And that one will now start to fire upon this ship. Yes. It's interesting because of the small block initial impacts. I don't actually know whether this thing might actually take significant more damage due to the number of blocks that it just runs through. Although, given the look of the interiors from here, I'd say it goes right through no problem. Oh boy. The top main armor panel has just been separated from the main body of the craft. And, Mr. Kling may or may not be very unhappy with this. Ooh. That main body is now going to start floating down to the surface. Ooh. It cracked its armored shell. Ooh. It's just cracking the armor shell. This is really cool. And now the massive armor shell floats down to the surface as the main body of the craft slowly gets disintegrated. Oh, that is massive. Oh no, it's lost one of its nacelles. Wow, these things just tear through it like it's nothing. It's just barely operational. Dude. Running on critical power! We're running on critical power! Because of the fact that the top shell's been basically stripped from the thing, we've basically now got, like, the hull's been vented. Unfortunately. Whoa. Excuse me. Yeah. I think what I might actually do, I kind of want to do this maybe, is take 2 or 3 of those, and I just want to line up as many of those as I can, and just see how quickly something actually will be just ripped from existence. Why is this no longer being targeted? What happened? You have targets, lock. Why is this no longer targeting? Turrets. Arming radius, neutral power. Target subsystems. Yes. Pick a subsystem. Rust. Okay, come on. Reloading false has target false. Why? Artillery, assault. Yes, these are all the same. I don't get it. Why is it not firing? The ship's not depowered. I don't get it. You have firing arcs. Why are you not firing? It's not out of range. I don't understand why it's left alone right now. It really shouldn't be being, but... One... Honestly, thrusters will probably be easier to separate with this thing, so I'll just... Dang it. Come on, let's... Ooh. I love that it, for a second, thought about playing the frickin' music. Come on, let's get rid of the thrusters that are obviously helping this thing stay afloat, at least stay in atmosphere. I need like 1 or 2 of these shots per, which sucks, but the light Corvette's not firing where it's supposed to, and I'm tired of waiting. Come on, fall to the atmosphere so I can take the light Corvette and spawn like 8 of them. And just see how quickly these things can take down some neutrals that I spawn. There we are. None of the lower levels have been actually damaged, but it's now finally losing altitude, so I am happy. 1 shot. Boom. There we are. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to take about 4 of these light Corvettes. And I'm going to spawn about 4 of them. And then I'm going to see just how beaten up I can make something. They should all have the same parameters if I copy them, which hopefully will mean that they'll actually really wreak havoc on something. And I'll just kind of rotate it slightly. You know, spawn it, you know, a little bit further out. Kind of rotate it. Take. Fly up and a little further forward. V. And they're angling in. And we'll just kind of angle it like this, and we'll place it like right here. Everything should still be stationary, and so what I can do is I can come over here to roughly, I'm going to say roughly 1,000 meters, since they should all be able to fire within that range. So they should all be able to fire on anything I place basically within this range. I'm going to consider this close combat range or mid-range combat. So let's see what I have for them to fire at. Alright. Let's see. We got freighters. Actually, I got an idea. Let's see how fast they take down one of these oilers. They're not very big. Actually, you know what? Not in the oiler. I'm gonna do the freighter. I want to know just how badly a freighter like this would do in this situation. They're confronted by basically well over overwhelming force. How badly does it end? Like, how quickly does this just end up with everything ending? Transfer to nobody. All of those turrets should now open fire. Just... Boom. Oh, and I have them all now set for propulsion, too. So these things are going to try to snipe the propulsion, basically. Wow. that poor oiler. Or that poor freighter. And look at all that debris. Oh, that poor oiler. Oh, that is brutal. I love it. Alright, let's go with something a bit bigger. What is... Where is it? Heavy frigate. A battleship. You know what? Sure. How does this do against a battleship? Sure. We'll paste it in anyway. Most of it should be vanilla. I watched the video where the guy made the thing, so... I want to know just how badly this thing fares in this battle. Of course, it would have been able to fire back, but I'm going to imagine that, let's say, the guys who are in charge of these massive ships are under, let's say, CHIS control, and therefore cannot fire unless fired upon. I'll also go and maybe reset all of these to default real quick, just to make sure that their turrets don't only go for propulsion, but instead go for absolutely everything. Control panel, turrets all, and I'm just going to do any subsystem. There we go. And just rotate all of these back to any subsystem. The main purpose for this is that it'll allow it to target weapons, engines, power supplies, everything will be just completely decimated when that thing gets turned. And I want to see that just sheer unrelenting force. That is my part in this. Sheer unrelenting force. And of course, because this is just enjoyable to do. And we go here, turrets, all, and subsystem, any. And we'll come back down to this, this massive, beefy ship here. And let's see if we can't find a spot to access the ship from. Where are... Okay. Where are the easiest access points to this ship's? Okay, let's quickly go and come down here, click, up, click, click. No, I'm gonna wait. I want to see if I can't find a better, easier access point. And if not, I might make one, just to make this easy for me to see. Is there a, door or other? Yes, there's a door here. Perfect. And now I can transfer to nobody. And just see the... Ooh. Just this thing gets raked. This is fun. I like this. I want to build that sort of vessel in survival. And I want to get to that level of build. So I can't wait for me to get a little bit better in the build sphere. Oh, this thing is... Ooh, just... Oh, wow. It's already losing certain blocks and elements of the thing. Just... There's volley 1, volley 2, volley 3. Volley 4 does just another critical mass amount of damage. I think my favorite part is, since this is being done in atmosphere, all of these blocks that get blown out fall back down to the ground in just a matter of, you know, this would be what would happen. Most battles would take place in atmosphere. They would get damaged, and they would just start falling apart, and I love it. So just how bad has this received itself now? Ooh, raked on both sides by just sheer. I also love this sound design. And I might do this again, but with shrapnel damage installed. There's a mod called shrapnel damage. I don't know if it still works, but I really want to try it. Because this just is blowing it. Just dude. I also like that because of the linear design of the ship, they're just digging into the hull. Oh, wow, I've been shot directly. That is not great. Look at this. Like, look at that. Like, it's carved a hole through the ship. Like, that is some major damage. I honestly also kind of wish that I maybe had hull or grid integrity. I don't know exactly what it does, but I think it'd be kind of cool to figure out that mod a bit better. I might do that on a later stream, is just mess around with a couple of those sorts of mods. It's now just picking off a couple more turrets. I kind of wish that it would focus a little more on the back end, which once destroyed, this thing will start falling. I can't wait for it to start just losing balance. Because right now it's balanced in where the thrust can and cannot keep it up. But once some of those thrusters die, this thing's no longer going to be balanced and will fall. Just boom, boom. It's just raking it full of the shots. I kind of can't wait for it to fire towards the back end a bit more. I might also help it just. Boom. There we are. And then it just critical systems failure. This is awesome. I would love to do this with friends, but I don't have friends who play this game. I got no one personally who I know that plays this, so yeah, this is fun though. Might. Oh, come on. I just want to destroy one more thruster. That way I can... Dang it. I just want one more of these thrusters to go, so it starts at least tipping over to one side, and not just kind of sitting. Boom. There we are. Oh, because of the balanced thruster pack, it's not going to tip, is it? Oh. It is starting to take damage enough to start tipping, I think. This thing's a lot more survivable than I would have thought in this manner. Come on, take critical mass damage. Boom. Oh, are we finally getting somewhere, or... Yeah, we're finally getting somewhere. I think one of the hydrogen tank supplies has finally run out. And so the ship's now starting to basically drift on whichever one of its thrusters. It might have been a completely hydrogen design. And so it's now just falling back to the planet. As it just falls to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. And this thing now just falls away. Boom, boom. As it falls to the surface, never to be seen again. Alright, and I think I got one last ship that I want to test out for now. CIS. I don't know if it's actually listed as a CIS Providence class. That's not the right Providence. Where is the right Providence? Let's see. No. The Invisible Hand or Providence Cruiser. The Invisible Hand. Oh. Engine damage off. Before you spawn, make sure the world has. It does not. Trench's Providence. So these are just different markings of the same ship. So I'm just gonna go with this one. Oof, this is gonna be a bit of a bumpy ride apparently to spawn this thing. Pasted ship contains some blocks not available. Yeah. Yes. I want the Invisible Hand to face off. I want to know what would happen if the Invisible Hand was like, let's say it's angling to try to make an escape from these ships, these light cruisers. It's just barely in range. But it is, unfortunately for it, in range. And that is the scenario here. The ship is trying to angle past these cruisers, trying to make a getaway out of atmosphere. But, unfortunately, they got just slightly too close. Now, where are the... I want to go to the hangar bay on the side because I know this will be my easiest access to the control panel of the entire ship. Which, as everyone now knows, is the best way to do this. Up there, that, transfer to nobody, yes. This will be an interesting one to see what's shot at first. And just see the thing raked or damaged. Boom. That's interesting that it chose those 4 spots to target. Since it's not targeting any specific subsystem, I guess there must be something important in some of those locations. Like it's already destroyed the antenna array at that part of the ship. I'm more interested to see what happens when it finally starts targeting the engine bay in the back. And that starts to just fall apart because those are hydrogen tanks. Full hydrogen tanks. Those things explode massively. And there's even a couple in the front, so I can't wait to see just how badly that ends up. Because once those hydrogen tanks burst into flames and start exploding, you lose just chunks of hull. Usually I do this about on ground level though, so I don't know how well it does in this atmosphere. Just ripping through it, just ripping right through it. I can only imagine what it'd be like being inside this thing. Like, let's quickly, like, can you imagine this just being here? Being like, yeah, we're all safe, and that's the sight you get. There's loose shit in the hall. Like, if this thing was moving, all those loose blocks would continuously strike the vessel. And so, like, that's the thing that I think about right now. It's now starting to fire on the engines right here. Are there any hydrogen tanks down here? No, but a bunch of batteries, I think those are. Oh wait, no, those might be actually jump drives. Oh, but it started striking at the real dangerous part. This is all hydrogen tanks. The back of the ship is all tanks. And so when those start to go, or you start getting areas cut off, this thing's gonna start drifting. As I said, beautiful explosion there. And it's just littered with shells ripping across its old... It's just ripping across it. There we go. Another big critical mass explosion. Boom. Another big critical mass thing in the front. Several engines in the back starting to be starved of the oxygen they require. And the ship is now slowly falling back down to the planet as it continues to be repeatedly peppered right now. Ooh. Pepper 'em, man. Pepper 'em. And you know what? I think what I might do is I might add another, like, 4 of these cruisers. I want so many shells, not all of them can be rendered at once. So I'm gonna extend the battle lines. I can only imagine just how much these things are going to just... This thing is just going to tear through everything, and I love it. See, and we'll just kind of take this one and place it, let's say, here. And then we'll also now do this. We'll do Control V. Do another one sort of here, kind of connecting this battle line a bit better. And then I'll also do one a little bit lower and to the right, kind of a little bit beyond this, but sort of more central. Actually, you know what? I think the better one would be to do one right. Whoops. Right about here. A little bit more of a forward lead. We'll place one there, and then we need one more, which I think I'll do down bottom. Actually, we'll do it this side. This is a lot of craft, and a lot of whatever I place in front of it is not going to last very long. And that's the point. Nothing will last very long. This is a very pointed attack formation. That's now what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I actually really like that kind of formation because it looks very much like a assault. Not a very well structured assault, but an assault definitely. And for a bit of fun, let's just throw in the red frigate. The 4,000 block. Is that one the biggest red ship? That's Corvette. I know that one's not that big. No, red Corvette. That one's even smaller. The frigate. This one's the biggest frigate. Oh, like, right. That one's a bit smaller. This retrofit. Yeah, I think that the red frigate right here is the largest ship. I don't know why it says it's got blocks that don't belong in this world, given that it is a King Software House design. Ah, I see why the block count are different. It actually does carry the smaller ship with it. And what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to do one, and I'm going to do two of these. Maybe even three. Yeah, I'm going to do three of these things. And then I'm going to have to very quickly I wish that there was an easy way to, well, actually, let me see. If I alt F10, can I, let's see, what can I do? Match? Okay. Replay, safe zone, entity lists. Alright, let's... Where's the red team frigates? Those are all the dropships. Okay, you know what? That's going to be a lot more difficult than just going F6. And basically going to each one of these, turning them neutral one by one. It'll mean I'll miss a lot of those alpha strikes, but if I go control panel, right? Okay, go here, shift, right, that's everything? No, shift up. I don't know why these were fired upon. That is a very worrying alpha strike. And then let's just... And now this will have 2 more targets to fire at. But given how fast it took out the other one, I'm not so sure that'll matter much. Okay, control panel, up, click, down, shift, click, transfer, nobody, yes, X. At least they no longer have to deal with the alpha strike. But the sheer spread of shots and the sheer damage of 8 of these things is just wow. And I think the enhanced tracer mod actually is meaning that I get every tracer rather than rather than just the slightest bit of bullet damage, which I like. And you can really just see the sheer weight of those ripping into it. Just, ooh. Ah, that is some massive damage. Look at that debris field that it's produced. And when that Alpha Strike takes out this third cruiser, like, look at the Alpha Strike, just look at the number of shells. And these are artillery shells, not massive explosive shells. Ooh. Oh, wow. Critical systems failure on ship number 3, finally. I can imagine this would be what would happen with with any attack of overwhelming force. First strike, just absolute devastation. In fact, I may do that at some point. I may make a, I wonder if that's actually a possibility. I'll have to try to see if I can't use the replay tool for that. I just had a really cool idea for what I can do with the replay tool, and I'm really interested to see it, because I kind of want to do, like, a massive battle sort of scene using the replay tool. So I wonder if I might be able to work with that question. Yeah, it'd be a good idea. I think that'll be really fun to do. I'll have to work on the ships first, but I like the idea. So, yeah. I might work on some more ships so I can make this really cool stuff later. That one's actually falling into the planet. That one, I think, is just barely able to hold its planetary atmospheric position, but this one is... Oh, no, I think all 3 of them now are gone. And I think after this, I'm gonna shift to checking out the wreckage. Whatever made it to the planet, and see if I can't find the scattered debris fields of these wrecks. These massive hulks just littering the planet's surface. Wow, look at that just utter devastation right there. Just, like, within minutes, ripped it apart. And I kind of wish that I had the aerodynamic mod just so I could see some of these just burn up in atmosphere. Look at that one. Its nose has broken off and now has slapped itself in the face. And I believe all of these ships still are well within, I don't think any of these ships are currently, well, actually, maybe some of them may actually be still stable in their position. I don't know. Is this one stable? Dampeners on. I want auto dampeners. Come on. I want to make sure all of these are falling. Dampeners relative. The ship is pretty much not moving. They can still hit this one, but I don't know if this one's still in their reach. So I'm gonna have to find which one of the thrusters are firing heaviest. Ah, I see what the problem is. The problem is half the ship still lives. Oh, that one's gone. I didn't realize that they could fire this far. I guess maybe Weapon Core grants them longer range. Is this one also following, or is this one stable? Most part stable. I do want to alert these to no longer being stable. Boom. I just want to make sure that these things actually fall to the ground like I want them to. Come on, one more shot right over here should be enough to eliminate that thruster. Oh, nope, still going. Boom. The idea is just to disable and destroy as many of these thrusters as I can. Wait a second, I got an idea. What happens if I take two... Oh. Okay, well I can have both the different versions of the launcher. Fire. Swap to the next one. Fire. Swap to this one, which should now have a round in it. Fire. Swap. And fire. Okay, this one's I think now finally starting to lose its position. Oh, and this one's also now being targeted, which is good. Ooh. Come on. This one will continue to be fired at, but I don't know if it will necessarily be... Fire! Fire! Come on, let's then fire! Come on, damage the ship's upwards thrust. Make sure that it will fall. Because the other bit is a lot of these will fall once they reach planetary atmosphere. These ships were not designed for planets, so they should fall basically within a couple of minutes, and they're only in range of one or two of the other vessels. You can really see the real work that thruster's putting in. I don't know which ones need to go necessarily, but you can kind of see which ones are putting in the most work, which are the ones I am targeting. Boom. Let's see. Nope. Fine. Not yet. Really? Come on. Let's get some good damage in. Okay. Are we finally good with the damage here? Lose another thruster. Wow, this thing is tough. These thrusters are one tough nut to crack. I really expected a bit less resistance to make sure that these things crashed. Okay, come on, let's point blank the thruster. Really? Point blank thruster. Point blank thruster. Point blank thruster. There we go. Point blank thruster. point blank thruster. Come on. That one's really putting in the hard work. Just to die. Come on. There we are. Now the thing will finally start to drift further into the atmosphere. And it's even upside down at the moment. There we are. We're now in 0.6 Gs, and it'll slowly increase in speed as it kind of delves further into the atmosphere. As we delve further and further into the atmosphere, the rate of speed up will increase. Well, no, I want to actually dampeners. Really? This ship down here is no longer crashing because I think it rotated. Look at the thing. Which thrusters are firing on this thing? You do not last anymore. You die. I want to make sure that none of this lives. Come on. Even if it means disconnection, as long as the thing starts moving again. There we go. Yeah, once it reaches deep enough into the planetary atmosphere, these things will no longer be able to even use the thrusters they have to manage to resist the damage that they will succumb to. How fast is this one moving currently? About 7-8 meters a second. So the other one's currently moving faster. And they're both going to just slowly wither away as they fall into the planetary atmosphere, picking up speed and falling and hopefully eventually falling apart. And I'm excited for that part. But yes. How is everyone doing in chat today? I'm actually very pleased with my 18 followers right now. That is the rate of growth that I've had in the last couple of days and the last little bit has honestly brought a lot of joy. So thank you to those who followed in the last 2 weeks. That has been very greatly appreciated. I went from 14 to 18 followers in a grand total of a week, which is more than I would have ever thought, considering my opinion of my own streams. I'm usually quite critical of myself, so if you guys seem to think this is some content worth following, just makes my day, so thanks. I'm surprised at how far these things drifted apart, to be honest. I mean, look how far that one is. Where these things land is going to be almost like two very separate parts of the thing. And I mean, look at this flaming hunk of debris that is just falling. Dampener's no longer relative, which means I am actually going to start trying to stop. And I want to fly over to this piece of debris. Yeah, this is really moving. These are going to be several kilometers apart by the time they actually hit ground. Which is strange, given how everything has worked. This thing can't be moving 100 meters a second, so why is it so far away and so long to catch up with this one? Because I want to follow the one that's more intact, and I had to shoot out all its thrusters before it died. It's also interesting if I do this more over the equator, how well I can do this. And I might end up setting up another one of these sequences, maybe at another date, of just setting up some sort of, attack sequence that I gotta try to play out. I think that'd be kind of cool. As it just falls to the surface. Alright, 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 alright. We go, we go, we go, we go. Alright, let's get over to the point of being, let's see, okay, cannot, relative dampeners this far away. Alright, let's come up a little bit sooner. Let's get quite a bit closer. We're definitely within the planet's gravity well right now. At about 0.9. These things are honestly following slower than I would have expected, considering previous attempts at similar missions. Come on, let's get over there. Yeah, these are really going to be quite far apart when they're finally finished and land. Ah, shit, wrong button. Dang it. That sucks. Because now I have lost a really big part of how I was catching up. Because these things are still speeding up, and I cannot get faster than them. I can be faster than the grids, which is helpful, but 4 meters a second in the grand scheme of things is not that bad, or not that great, I mean. Come on, let's get closer. I really want to get the inertial dampener set to it. I guess I could disable my inertial dampeners. I don't know whether that'll help me or not. Because I need to fly to the ship and then turn on my inertial dampeners to the ship. So this will be interesting. Come on, let's try it. I need to kind of fly to the ship. This is very difficult to do. Dang it. I'm not getting my inertial dampeners to the ship, which sucks. Because I really need to get to the ship. This is such a difficult process. I didn't think that this would be so difficult. I also didn't think that these would get sucked into the planetary gravity and kind of hold their own as well as they have. I mean, this ship's done an almost complete switch of which direction it was originally facing. Okay, good. I've now got relative dampeners. Yeah, I guess part of that is this one still has thrusters firing. And so basically what's happening right now, because you can't even see where the other one is now. This one's so far away. And that's just because of the fact that it's now got thrusters firing. It will never be able to not crash. The crash is inevitable. but it's basically halted most of its downward thrust. And I may actually take some of that out because I don't really like seeing this very often. Let's get up close with some of that and let's fire, boom, fire, boom, fire, boom, fire, boom. This will really limit its ability to keep itself afloat, and we'll start actually having it drop more. Because yeah, by going like this, you could see that, you can even see in the smoke, it's dragging itself across the atmosphere. Sort of, not necessarily providing its own lift. And I don't like it. It needs to die sooner than this. Alright, let's see what we got. We got. Yeah, there's another 2 thrusters keeping that diagonal movement. Wow. Okay, that is going to be some weird stuff to try to aim. Because I basically have to try to account for directional attitude? Not attitude. Yeah, there's one more rocket that should take out the other ones soon. Boom. There we go. And then we just have this big one for the last... I mean, you can see how hard it's firing. It is really trying to... There we go. Now it'll finally start dropping like a rock, hopefully. There we are. Although it is still very much going sideways. I guess that's part of this as well. It has no inertial dampeners, and so it won't stop its sideways movement. Which basically means that until the ship is intentionally turned, this thing's just gonna drop like a rock. I kind of wish that this didn't take nearly as long as it did. I honestly really had expected these to just drop and I could just start watching. Like, that is nowhere near where I wanted that to go. I wonder if I can cut the support beam. There's a chance. I'll at least try it. Come on, fire! There we are. Why did that one fall? And why is that one so resilient to this? What block is that? So resilient. Why is that block so resilient to this? It's literally so resilient. Which, is that heavy armor? That might be heavy armor. Yeah, these are heavy armor slopes. Okay, that explains why they're so difficult. It's interesting how this thing slowly rotates during its fall. As if it's trying its hardest just not to collapse. I want to destroy this. Come on, let's... Boom. This thing is completely underpowered. Like, no power whatsoever. Boom. Boom. There we are. Boom. Boom. And now it just slowly falls to the wayside. Boom. Boom. There we go. Really? Is this seriously going to keep it upright? Stop trying to keep yourself upright. We don't want this. I don't want this. And with every one of these that falls, the ship falls faster. Allow the release. Just die already! There we are. It keeps rotating to present a side. Okay, are we finally going down? Okay. It is still just hauling sideways. But at least I don't think there's any more thrusters that can keep this thing from just dropping like a stone now. Jesus. I should have followed the other one in. Or done atmospheric re-entry for this. You know what? Maybe that might be a stream on its own. Atmospheric re-entry. A lot of this stuff would be much better if I had friends, though, that played it. But, it is what it is. These might finally go down. We're almost at final 100% planetary gravity. I mean, yeah! Gravity! Finally! Kinda wish I would have had one of the speed, oh, that would have been so much better. If I would have had the speed of light mod, and maybe the kinetic explosives mod, or whatever the frick it's called. Oh, that'd be so cool. I just thought of a weapon for the kinetic devastation, or kinetic, damage mod. I could make a kinetic missile that goes so fast that when it impacts, it creates such a big explosion. Oh, that'd be so freaking cool. Now I wish I would have done that. That sucks. Oh, we're almost to the planetary, I'm gonna call it planetary shield that goes 100% from losing, thrust. Yeah, the other one's probably so far away I'd never recognize the crash location, so I'm just going to have to use the thing to find the crashes to teleport there. But we almost have the crash. Imagine though, like, if any people actually would have survived in this thing. Like, that would be so devastating. And we soon find ourselves slamming into the ground at quite a fast pace. And we have impact in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. that is some massive damage to the cliff face, but mostly the ship itself kind of lived all right. All right, let's go see what the other crash sites look like. Cycle objects. Wait, this thing's not dead? Stop. Depower. And it's not moving either. Okay. Teleport here. F6. Wait a second. This thing is moving. How slow is this thing? Wow. This thing is just slowly dying. A lot slower than I would have expected, considering. How much of the hydrogen thrusters are still living? I mean, there must be a decent amount for this thing not to be dead. But I mean, almost half the tanks are exploded, and like each one of these tanks is blowing up. So I really don't know what's slowing this thing down in its descent. There's it on fire. There we go. Let's just... surprised how much health this thing has. Wow. There we go. Honestly, I got an idea. Alright, let's just quickly do this. I believe it's Alt F10. Oh, nope, not Alt F10. F6. No. Not F5. Let's go back to F6. Shift F10. 100mm each HE ammo. Actually, I want to use one of the basic ammos. Maybe... autocannon magazines, we'll say...